Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hello. How's everybody doing? Everybody have a good weekend? Good, bad, yes, maybe. Sputnik. What's going on? Better than expected? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Not a bad weekend, lots of relax. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Better than the Starliner crew. Oh, yeah. Because Borza Birari. What's going on over there in the YouTube chat? Everybody good? Happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, mate, isn't it? Tuesday. Oh, jeez. They get to spend more time in space. That's right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, 415. Yo, thanks for the entertainment. I learned a lot. Also, please play this. What is this? Star Trucker? Oh, jeez. I don't know if I can play that music. Oh, for Pete's sake. I was referring to the clanging. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. It looks kind of neat. It looks like American Truck Simulator in space. Hey, Marrakesh. 53 month resub. I hope you had a good holiday weekend. I did. Went to a sweet car show. Saw a lot of cool cars. Star Trucker looks kind of fire, and that comes from the guy that plays Star Citizen, the cargo hall. The comedy intro music was most jocular. Oh, yes. It reeks of superosicalifragistic jocularity. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, okay. So, let's see. What do we want to do? Darlington was pretty okay. Wasn't bad. The Milwaukee Miles pretty good. McLaren made out pretty good. It was a pretty good weekend for Zach Brown. Pretty good weekend. Pretty good weekend, I'd say. Any updates from Polaris Dawn? I've been monitoring the entire weekend for anything. It looks like it's going to happen later this week, from what I can understand. But who knows? They've been pretty quiet, to be honest with you. How's my car doing? Oh, yeah, here, I'll show you. Getting there. Me and Bree's dad got the hood back on. It's just I gotta shim it so it latches correctly. Yeah, getting the panel gap on that hood that's like 3 miles long is a little difficult. Yeah, it does that. Well, are we going to get a suspension setup stream? Maybe. Yeah, that's the suspension at full droop right there. So who needs that? Just put hood pins in. Good. It's not my car though. Yeah, there was a lot of F bodies at the Spindles car show, guys. I went to a gigantic car show in Marshfield, Massachusetts at the Marshfield Fairgrounds. It's probably about 1,000 cars that showed up. Saw my wallet. Hey, Smoke. Is that a snoot that droops? No, unfortunately not. But Ernog, you see how straight everything is? You see how it's not like sagging? Stuff isn't like flopping around? Because that's what happens when you have all the hardware. Dude, I bought a hardware kit for this car, guys. And Ernog, this isn't a bad reflection on you, dude. You like that. This is whoever did the work under there. Like, there was a good amount of hardware missing when we took it apart. Like, that's not something we didn't know. But now that all of it's back together, look, see how straight that looks? It's official. Starliner is haunted, or the ISS has weird grounding loops. I mean, whatever. Looks like you got a lot of work done. Everything is torqued. The only thing I have left to do here is set the springs and tighten down the springs up top on the top of the spring perch, and then from there, it's setting camber caster and toe. Yeah, so this thing is pretty much ready to be brought back down on the ground. We gotta do some torquing up there. And then we set up the suspension. I have to do the e-brakes. There's a whole plethora of stuff to do in the interior, but yeah. A dive into suspension theory would be a fun stream. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What car is the pretty white one? That's a Chevrolet Camaro, Frilled. You want to do that on the ground? Well, I got to load up the suspension to set it, goalie. You can't set it when it's drooping. That doesn't work like that. You got to talk about it with seduction and jocularity. No freaking way, a third gen. That's the only Camaro you like? Am I late to the party as to what's with the sonar noise on Starliner? It's a grounding loop. It's a grounding strap, guys. I'm serious. You ever not ground out a microphone? I mean, this is something that's kind of common knowledge to me, working in the entertainment industry. Okay, all right. Let me give you an example. You guys remember from the old automotive streams? There was a buzzing noise anytime I plugged in the base station to charge the old lapel mics. That, but in space. Remember, that noise from Starliner was coming out of the speakers. It's just grounding. Seriously, that's it. Haunted is my assessment. EMI EMC issues are definitely from the nether realm. Yep. Hey, Brandon, what's up? Listening while working. Thanks for keeping me company. Yep. Okay. Or it's aliens. Whatever. It's aliens. Sure. Yeah, so I have to set a bunch of things here, but the hood and everything should be good. Ernok, there's new prop rods under there. You owe me $20. No, they were 20 a pop, so there's two of them, so 20 G's. I'm gonna need that $150 whenever you get a chance. It's not really cool, man. Anyway. Yeah. They came with a 305 small block Chevy. We have one in our 30 Ford Coupe. Nice, Johnny. There you go. I have, so this one has this is actually, it's not my car, dude. It's a viewer's, a good friend of mine that's a viewer. It's got, that car has a full QA1 suspension kit in it. So tubular cross member, tubular control arms, coilovers front and rear. We have box trailing arms out back, an adjustable panhard, adjustable spring, adjustable damper. It's not an adjustable spring. You can set the ride height with the springs, and that's about it. It's totally tubular. Yes. Yeah. I just have to adjust the suspension. I'm asking, you going to use a jack to pre-tension, or do you not have any pre-measurements? Goalie, it probably is just setting it on the tires and sounds good. Sounds like a road course car. Yeah. Right now Ernok wanted to do autocross with it, so that's something that it will definitely be ready to do once I'm done. But in terms of the powertrain, it's a 305, right? 305 TBI, which is solid mid. But it's got a 5-speed in it. It's a 305 with a 5-speed. Yeah, that's they didn't make many of those, which is pretty cool. Yeah, pretty sweet. Yep. Yeah, Johnny, it's a cool car. I like third-gen Camaros, and I'm saying that as a Ford guy. I like third-gens. I think they're cool cars. A 5-speed made of glass. Yeah, it's a T5, but it's still 305 with a 5-speed, which is still cool. It's still cool. Yeah, I just got a no T-top. No, it's an RS Unity. It's not an IROC. I don't know if they made the RS with a T-top in 91. Yeah, this is a Camaro RS. You could tell because the kit. See that kit with that weird fake intake right there? And that one with the weird fake intake right there? That's how you can tell. That's the RS kit. The IROC kit doesn't have those intakes. Believe me, I've been neck deep in Camaros. Did you drive it? It's not, the suspension isn't set yet, RJ? What's going on in your Ferd's bed? It's all parts and boxes from this thing right now. The 4th gen looked like someone heat warped the mold. Yeah, 4th gens are kind of cool, but I like 3rd gens. I think 3rd gens are a cool looking car. Yeah, frilled. It has all the interior is kind of stripped out, so it has a lot of interior parts right now. Yeah, the interior is a whole can of worms that we gotta mess with. Yeah, the catfish. Yep. Hey, Hibbit, 57 months.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I mean, if you guys wanted to start the day with a wrenching stream, we can do that. If you want, it's up to you guys. I gotta clean the right front rim. I don't have it cleaned yet, but we could do it if you wanted to. So road test it down here. Not my decision to make. Are you gonna stay live until the launch? Eric, what launch? Which launch are we talking about here? Let me check, what's the range looking like here? Let's take a look. As long as we're wrenching on rockets. I mean, did I miss my summer car? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I postponed it because the schedule got out of whack last week. And yeah, I definitely was starting to get sick, but for whatever reason, it went away. Yeah, at the end of Friday's stream, I'm like, I don't, Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. But yeah, let's see what do we have for the range. All right, let's see. Polaris is Friday, same day as Starliner's undocking. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's up? All right. Have you talked about the Ferrari Masterclass? Hey, a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes, okay? No, they did good. They did really good. I'm very, very happy with the results. I didn't watch the race. I don't care. I watch the end results nowadays. But for what it's worth, I did that with the Milwaukee Mile and with Darlington. I did that with all the racing this weekend. I didn't have time. I was at a car show. Car show, dudes. Legrand did well to make those tires last as long as they did. Yeah, one stopper at Monza is pretty difficult, dude. Pop, 58-month resub. Joji, 78-month resub. Wrenching, Kerbal's wrenching on rockets. Yep. Also, Steam randomly showed me this new game might be up your alley. You are the second person to link Star Trucker today. All systems gifted a sub to Max. Thank you very much.
This is space.
I'm
in space.
Starliner's Walk of Shame. Rudy, I still think Starliner's going to come back just fine. Still think that, but the damage has already been done. Flavia Charles, da 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 da. I did see the celebration on the podium, which is pretty rad. Better come back A-OK. I think it'll be fine. I do not want to imagine a timeline where it does not. Yep. Now you have to learn the words. I know the whole melody, but I don't know the words. Dude, the Italian anthem slaps. Dun 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 dun. There would be no consequence if it didn't come back in one piece anyway. Yeah. Yep. Anyway. Starliner's return on the same day as Polaris Dawn is rough on Boeing. The universe has a weird way of telling you things. I don't know what it's telling Boeing right now, but I can assure you it's probably not a good thing. It's probably not ideal. Basically, it will be autonomous executed programming maneuvers. Yep. You're a Ferrari fan? Are you going to be a fan of Fraud Milton next year? No, I am not I'm not a fan of Lewis, but the reason why I haven't been a fan of Lewis is because he caused me a lot of pain and suffering as a Ferrari fan. I'm not going to lie to you. He's a good driver. I don't know if he might be done though, dude. Ferrari seems to be the place where drivers go to die. You know, drivers go to retire. But who knows? Ferrari's a good retirement home. Look, man, if Lewis could pull a championship out of his tail at Ferrari, I would. I mean, he's already in the top 5 of like all-time Formula One drivers. You can call him a fraud all you want. 7 championships would beg to differ. Are you a Ferrari fan? Si, Forza Ferrari. Of course. Duh. Flavia, I've been a Ferrari fan since 1996. Gerhard Berger and Gina Lisi were the drivers for Ferrari, and they carried the number 27 and 28 on the grid because they sucked. I've been there from the bad times, the really good times, and the really bad times. I've been here a long time. I've been watching Formula One for a long time. My dad introduced it to me when I was very young. I've been watching it just as much as NASCAR. EJ, I got a question. Historical funnies Ares rocket possible? I don't know if that's a question or not, or a statement, Brian, but yep, make sure to keep the chat on topic. Yeah, we'll see. Isn't it safer if Polaris Dawn launches after Starliner detaches in case anything goes south with the Starliner capsule? Smoke, I thought about it, and I originally had said it's a 51.6 degree inclined orbit because they might be able to go to the ISS, but now that I think about it, I think about even if there was something wrong with Polaris Dawn, that would be extraordinarily dangerous, getting a capsule with no docking port near the space station. I honestly think that they went with the 51.6 degree inclined orbit for Polaris Dawn because of recovery conditions. That's the recovery conditions that they know. That's the reason. It's not because of the ISS. I know I had originally said that, but I'd said that without really thinking about it. I wish I'd lived in the Schumacher era. Oh, Flavia, he was unreal. Oh, dude, yeah, me and my dad watched all of that. Yeah, from like 97 all the way to like 05, 06. Yeah, it was, well, 05. 05. That's when Alonso started to do his thing.
This is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Icecog, gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much. Dallas Roy had an 18-monther in there too. Thank you. So did they figure out what broke on Falcon 9? SpaceX seems to be pretty convinced, along with the FAA, that whatever it was a one-time recovery thing. So I'm not concerned. If SpaceX and if the FAA allowed SpaceX to fly and SpaceX is confident in their failure and they understand what's going on, send it. Send it again. Send it again, man. Send it again. Okay, picture with me Lewis and Verstappen team up. They would never be on the same team. Going to Haas? Jeez. Despite how well it worked, I'm not going to watch Ford versus Ferrari every time Ferrari needs to get their head out of their rears for you. Ford versus Ferrari is a great movie. Hakkinen and Alonso were Michael's biggest challenges. Yeah, well, they screwed Ferrari on the tire strategy in 05, Tessa. They screwed them. They screwed Ferrari. Ferrari set up entirely around the tires, and then they changed the tires. So the reason why is because they got sick of them winning. Hey, drummer, what's going on? But yeah, Ferrari did great. It's awesome to see them win at Monza. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, Monza isn't my favorite track. Imola is my favorite track in Italy, to be honest with you. But Monza's still a good track. I really wish they raced the banks, but they're not going to race the Pista di Alta Velocità. They're not going to race the high-speed ring. The suspension on the cars wouldn't be able to do it. Imola's a better track. Sorry, it is. You can say whatever you want. It's a better track. It is. Even with the changes to Tamburello, it's still a better track. How'd the ground effect cars deal with banks like that? Bouncing up and down on the curves, Frilled? That wouldn't be good for a ground effect car. You gotta watch Ariane tonight. We have a Vega mission at 9:50. Yeah, we'll be here for that. Monza's a good track, like, don't get me wrong, but Imola's an infinitely better track. Both are still better than most new ones. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Mugello is the best of them all? No, I like Imola. Imola is the best one. Imola is better than Monza. Yeah, it's an infinitely better track. The reason why Imola is so ridiculously good is because it doesn't look that complicated. Then you go and drive it and you crash because it's an absurdly complicated track. Mugello's okay. I don't mind Mugello. That's a good track too. Fun track to drive. Yeah, Imola is insanely difficult. That's why I like it. It's a difficult track. Oh, man, you guys got me talking about cars. Frick. Don't do this to me. You guys got me talking. Now you got me all talking about cars and suspension setups and stuff. What about space? Yeah, I know, Tyler. This is the problem with liking cars and liking space. This is the problem. This is the problem. I want to do both of these things. Jeffrey Bezos. What's up, Nova? 29 monthly subs. Start KSP quick. What about cars in space? Yeah, that's why the Falcon Heavy demo flight was like one of my favorite missions. It combined two things that I really enjoy. Talk about trucks instead. What's the best track stateside? Road America, Rudy. Not even close. That's the best road course. I'm sorry. I like Road America. Elkhart Lake is fantastic. Glen is up there. Coda is up there. VIR is up there. Those are all great tracks. Lime Rock is good. I like Sears Point. No, I refuse to call it anything else. Long Beach Street Circuit is fantastic. Laguna Seca, obviously. Yeah, those are my tops. Montreal is a good track, absolutely. Road Atlanta is another good track. Dude, we have great road courses over here, man. They're just nothing is FIA grade. Ever been to Homestead? I've never been to Homestead. No. Road America is fine, not as good as the Glen. Oh, I like Road America better. I think that's a great track. Willow Springs is a good track, very underrated. Indy Road Course is good since they detilkified it. Yep. Road Atlanta is awesome, C-Dated. That's, dude, the first turn, the first sector of that track is just perfect. Perfect. It's so good. Down the straight, up the hill, left, right, down the hill, up the hill again, left out onto the straight. Amazing. That is such a fun complex. I've never driven it in real life, but in the game, it's amazing. Did you hear that Scania is coming to North America? They got a mission compliance with the DEF. Ew. Not much of a NASCAR fan, but I got to photograph Daytona from the pit. Amazing. Nice. Yeah, I like NASCAR too, Fall. Sebring is another good track. Yeah, Sebring is great. Daytona Road Course is fantastic too. I've seen cars race on that. Yeah, we have a lot of good road courses over here, man. It's just, yeah, nothing is FIA grade except for Coda, Coda and Circuit Gilles. F1's at Sebring. It's too bumpy. Too bumpy. You'd break the suspension. EJ doesn't understand the magic that is the Scania V8 engine. Bro, give me an international with the DT466. Okay? Frick your Scania. Reject modernity. Embrace tradition. Okay? I don't know, RJ. You know what makes Willow Springs the best? Skunk Works is 10 minutes down the road. I like the way you think, Scott. There are parts of the U.S. that I just has everything that I want. There are also parts of the U.S. that are just happen to be the furthest points away from where I live. You know, I like Central Florida. You know why I like Central Florida? There's rockets and race cars. Yeah, and high-speed rail. Those are all things that I really enjoy. The racetrack thing, the rocket thing is pretty cool. That rocket thing is pretty good. You know, and then there's Southern California, which, you know, there's race car. Once again, race cars, rockets, no high-speed rail. Not opening up that can of worms. Probably should have thought about that one. But, you know, hey, still good. Still good. Still good. You know, that's yeah. There's certain parts of the country that, you know, that's the proverbial, like, bottom left corner of the lower 48 and bottom right corner of the lower 48. And I live in the top right corner of the 48. So that's good. It's good for me. Oh boy. All right, let's play Kerbal. Let's play Kerbal. If we want, maybe we can do wrenching later. I have us teed up for worker, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We do need to do a wrenching stream. I need to get this damn Chevy out of my freaking garage. No, the Camaro is coming along. I'm actually pretty damn happy with it. The constant flooding and high winds aren't so good in Florida, though. Yeah, Tessa, tell me you've never been to Florida without telling me you've never been to Florida. Are you telling us you don't want V8 cabovers that don't use DEF? What do you mean DEF? I'm confused. I must have missed something. I don't know, Jeff. I must have missed that. DEF. What needs to be done in the Camaro? Just setting the springs and then setting it down and then, yeah, that's all for the suspension work. I gotta just set the suspension, basically. Get your fingers out. Count your fingers. Diesel exhaust fluid. Huh. Oh, no, yeah. New Scanias don't use DEF. All right. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. All right. When is the Vortex swap? Actually, there was a 5.3 swapped Camaro at the car show that I went to. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Yeah, it's pretty rad. Pretty cool. Long weekend, got the fruits of your labor. Yeah, pretty much. Did a lot of work on this thing over the weekend, man. I had my father-in-law helping me out. Bree's dad was here, so he helped me put the hood back on, which is pretty cool. That was fun. But yeah, you could see from this picture that the strikers on the hood aren't set right. See how it's higher on this side than it is on the other side? Yeah, strikers aren't set. Where's the Mopar? The Mopar is the next thing up after this. I have to do a couple of small projects on the 59 and Bluefus. So Freb, Bluefus, and Tough need some work here and there, but the next big one is the Blue Coronet. Joey Blue Skies, Rudy. Yeah. You have a really awesome machine there, really nice. This one isn't mine. This is a viewer's. That's Ernox. But yeah, it is cool. We set it up real good. Or, well, I'm going to set it up real good. If you guys look under the hood of this thing, or like, if I could put the camera right here and you could look up in, it'd look like a spaceship under there. Seriously, we really teed this up. This car is from 91, and it's a design from 1978. And we have suspension. We have 21st century suspension under this thing. It's got a full modernized suspension kit in it. Yeah. It's got suspension from like a modern car. It'll cut corners real quick. If it sits in your garage long enough, it's yours. Hey, possession is 9/10, man. Your LS swapping a 66 Mustang? Oh, people ain't gonna like you. Adding power brakes and steering, that's cool, man. That's cool, holy moly. Right on. You're gonna take that to shows and all the Ford guys are gonna be mad. Old man hate, dude. You're gonna be so pissed. Oh, that's awesome. I forget the track. There's a track southwest of Chicago that is a road course. It's a long one too. I don't remember. I think that's funny, dude. As a Ford guy, I think that's funny. You know why? Because it'll piss off purists. Simultaneously, you know what me and Bree's dad were talking about doing? What me and Bree's dad thought would be funny, me and Joey Blue Skies thought would be hilarious, is taking a 3rd gen Camaro like that and then get this. It's so stupid. Oh my goodness. Carbureting Ford 3.5 twin turbo and putting it in a 3rd gen Camaro. You want to piss off everybody? That'd piss off everybody. That's just wild enough to be ridiculous. You'd need a standalone ECU for ignition timing, but that'd be really good. That'd be really funny. We won't do it to Ernox's car, but yeah. Can you imagine 3.5 twin turbo? It'd fit. You using a Terminator, holy moly. Right on, man. Yeah, yeah. Everyone disliked this. Yeah, yeah, Jared, we're talking about making like the ultimate hater car. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how we would carburate a 3.5, but I'm sure we could figure it out. It would require some custom work. Hey, Joe. Tier 3, 63 months. Sup, man? Hey, how's the welding going, dude? You sitting on some fat stacks now? Putting a rotary into a Corvette? Rotary's supposed to be in a Corvette, I'm just saying. Duntov, the original chief, Zora Duntov, the original chief designer for the Corvette, wanted to put a rotary engine in it, and GM didn't go for it because it was my V8s. Seriously, look it up. Rotary in a Corvette is not the weirdest swap, believe it or not. A rotary or Wankel? I assume that's what Trenton meant, like a 13B or a 20. Now I got the Italian national anthem stuck in my head. All right. Here. Spaghetti music. Let's go. Yes, he did, Buck. What should we mess with today? Maybe a rocket? Okay. Let me see. Hey, Tara. What's going on? Build a B2? You know what? I want to see if I can fly the MLV. How was your day yesterday? Good, man. Got to go to a nice big old auto show, so I'm happy. Anything cool? So the Spindle show in Marshfield has a lot of good stuff, dude. Good variety of cars. A lot of some Euro, a little bit of Euro stuff, a little bit of JDM, mostly American stuff. But yeah, there was a Suzuki Cappuccino there. And an AutoZam was there too, for the people, if you like JDM stuff, there was an AutoZam, which is pretty rad. Yeah. What did the Cappuccino have under the hood? It was stock, Tessa. It was stock 1000cc. I think it's 1000cc, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, it was cool, man. Yeah, there was a lot of cool stuff there. There was a 68, 69, and a 70 Charger there. All kinds of Mustangs. Almost every year of Mustang that you could think of. Yeah, it was awesome, dude. It was a good night. It's a good time. You know what? I want to see if I can still fly this. We're gonna do a demo launch with my MLV. I want to see if this thing flies. What'd you drive to it? I took Bluefus. Yeah, I took the blue truck. Camaro, I didn't get the suspension set in time. The rarest car I saw, that Super Cobra Jet was definitely up there, Goalie. There was a 70 SCJ, which is one of my all-time favorite cars. It was next to a 68 Torino notchback with a 68 Torino notchback with a 428 in it, which is pretty rad. One. Ah, yeah, here we go. Yes. How goes it? It goes. All right, let's it's an 87 F350 quad cab long box. K cars had to be under 660 cc. Yeah, so it was bone stock. That's from what I can tell. What else was there that was super rare? Every Jeep under the sun was there. They had a lot of Jeeps. There was a lot of trucks. They had a whole truck section, which is sweet. Couple of real Shelby GT500s were there. Get out the pictures. I didn't take many pictures, Tessa, to be honest with you. Here, real quick before we go to launch this. Any Corvettes or Bel Airs? There was a whole section of Corvettes and Chevy Bel Airs, dude. Yeah. Try 5s. There's 55s, 56s, 57s. Dude, every cool car. Every cool car under the sun. Like, yeah. There was so many. Like, guys, I don't really take pictures of cars anymore when I go to shows. I don't do it. I just want to go and enjoy the show. I don't want to be focused on taking pictures of everything. You know? There was not a Mini there. I did not see a Mini, no. Have you ever been to SEMA? I've never been to SEMA. I'd love to go. It's just an auto show sometime. Here. There was an SCJ. The SCJ, the Super Cobra Jet, is that's a very rare car. This isn't a picture of it. This isn't the exact car, but it was basically this exact thing. So I know it doesn't look like much, but the SCJ is Super Cobra Jet. So 70 Torino SCJ is... Ford made this car to compete in NASCAR, and the Super Cobra Jet 429 is basically a Hemi. Ford made a Hemi, and then promptly lied about how much horsepower it made to like the Department of Transportation, or whoever was in charge of like rating horsepower. They gave it the horsepower to the wheels instead of horsepower at the crank. They said it made like, oh, it only makes like 400 horsepower. And they didn't say it made 400 horsepower at the wheels. It makes 675 horsepower at the crank. Yeah. Yeah, they put a crappy rear end in it, and yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, so this thing is like a 600 horsepower monster from the factory, which is pretty cool. That's pretty awesome for the early 70s. Yeah, the homologation rules for NASCAR. Yeah, if you wanted to, back in the day, if you wanted to enter something in NASCAR, if Ford wanted to field a car in NASCAR, it had to be a stock car. You had to make a certain amount of it in stock form and sell that for it to compete in NASCAR. We threw those rules out the door a long time ago, but yeah, that was the SCJ is an awesome car. We'll get summer car music going. No. Yeah, so the SCJ was Super Cobra Jet that's an amazing car. It's really fast for what it is. Yeah. That was probably one of the cooler cars that was there. Yeah. Homologation is cool. Yeah. Yeah. Torino SCJ is amazing. That's an amazing car. Last I heard, like only 400 are left. Dude, yeah, no, Goalie. It's either that it was a really well-made clone, or that was the real deal. The guy had the hood closed and he wouldn't open it, so I'm thinking clone, but still cool. All right. Anyway, let's see if MLV still flies. Let me just make sure joystick is working. Physics, arrow, bring up the arrow UI. Okay. Go for engine chill. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good liftoff. Okay, everything's looking good. Is this a Falcon 9 clone? Red Fox, this is MLV. I never gave this rocket a name, but this is basically... It's not a Falcon 9 clone. Let's say it's a Kerbalized clone of Falcon 9. It's designed to basically do exactly what Falcon 9 does, but with parts that are more adapted for for like Kerbals atmosphere and stuff. Hey Red, what's going on? Haven't touched the welding stuff in forever, I know. Bad. But it was just a minor you took in college. Oh. Oh, alright. Wasn't it called Condor 9? Condor 9 is like an exact replica. This is a more Kerbalized version of it. Linux, what's going on, buddy? Those legs look really good. I'll wait till you see them work, Yard. Throttling down for max Q. We're in the throttle bucket. Getting used to your new office. Oh yeah, Linux? Elaborate, please. Out of the throttle bucket. Goat at throttle up. Been building it for the past year in your basement. Oh, okay. Hey, Ewok, what's up? So Yarg, this rocket is this rocket is basically made based off of what I learned from Condor 9. This thing is designed to be fully reusable. Like, and I know I keep saying that, I've kept saying it. No, this is designed with optimizations in mind to be fully reused. Like the rocket, you can reuse it. Like yeah. I just need to build the support equipment for it. Okay. Stand by for main engine cutoff. Hang on, I gotta see what the AGs for separation are. It's... Okay, it's 4, got it. Stand by for staging. Upper stage ignition. Good. Stand by for boost back. Let's too much fuel here. Okay, boost back. Boost back is good. I've actually competed trading for a utilities position that makes Twizzlers. Money is good, but supporting the folks at the moment. Hey, you do what you gotta do, man. Okay. First stage is now coasting, switching back over to the second stage. Yeah, Ewok. Yeah, yep. Pokemon incoming? Yeah, you know. We may have used too much fuel, but... Stand by for fairing separation. Fairing separation confirmed. We just have a mass simulator payload here. But yeah, Yarg, this thing is all designed to be reintegrated. Not the second stage. It's a partially reusable vehicle. So Falcon 9 or Newglands or whatever. Pick your poison. But yeah, the first stage is coasting back down here, and we're flying the second stage here. Stand by for second stage engine cutoff here. $15 by $95, good insertion. Good. Is the throttle the same all the way to max Q? On a real rocket, it's varying, Rick. Yeah, it really moves around. We're on a little bit of an undershoot and we're a little bit off target. Our trajectory is over there somewhere. I'm worried about fuel consumption, so we're just gonna have to let Aero do its thing and hope we can land. Yeah, we undershot. This is KSP 1, Scott. Or just KSP. There's no KSP 2. Yeah, need a drone ship. Yeah, right. Or I just have to fly more rockets more. Yeah, we're overpressuring the control surfaces. It can't deal with it. Just for this landing, I'm gonna put infinite fuel on. Just for this landing. I want to show you guys the landing legs, that's why. Yeah, dude, the legs are designed to be fully reusable, but not when it does this. Survive! Woo! Damn. Damn. That looked similar to the real-life water landing we experienced a few years ago. Yeah, pretty much. See, yeah, that was CRS 16 with booster 1050 mouse. It was kind of like that, yeah. But yeah, this is MLV is supposed to like do that. How's the new hinges? Oh, they're good, but this thing doesn't use those. This thing has hybrid tech hinges in it. That's why it's designed to be fully reused. I have regular hybrid tech hinges in here, and if I miniaturized the G11 hinge design, we could make it work with the G00, and it would do the same thing. But yeah, this thing is designed to be fully reused, and the hinges are designed to not drift. If you look, every single hinge surface has hybrid tech built into it. Yeah, it has hybrid tech built into it, so it's a little bit higher part count, but it works real good. I shut it off already, Nova. Sorry about the landing, boys. I can barely see my cataracts through the fog. But yeah, pretty cool, huh? I can usually get, well, when I was more on my game, I could get it back to the landing site. I could land it on this tile, it's no problem. Or over there, as long as I have a landing marker, we can land. But yeah, just wanted to mess with that. And then the second stage will, yeah, it has a 15 perigee, so it'll just come back down and burn up. Time to get some practice. Fuel button check. I shut it off already, dudes. What? But yeah, this thing it's designed to be able to be held on a launch rig. See, I reinforced it down here. Yeah, I know, it looks complicated. I did that so nothing would move around down here. The thrust structure has to be super strong. But yeah, the landing legs mechanically are a copy of Falcon 9s. They're the same thing. Yeah, it's the same design. Mechanically, it does exactly the same thing. But yeah, this thing can put 18 tons into low Kerbin orbit and come back down and land. That's part of the reason why I've been messing with these hinges, right? Or with the cranes, right? Because if I went and landed this thing, I would need a crane to be able to pick the thing up so I could fold the legs, right? And then attach another crane to the side and turn it. I mean, you could do it, but yeah, I mean, or we could just make a super strong octo grabber that drives underneath it, just lifts the whole thing up and moves it back to the landing site. But yeah, I designed this thing to be reused. It's designed to have anti-drift hinges in it so the legs don't bend unless they break, in which case you got to recover it. But what happened to Polaris Dawn Friday? Insert emu noises here. You dirty Limu. You're a dirty cop. Alright. Let me get another shot at it. Let me get one more. One more try. See if we can land it. And then we'll mess with something else. I also want to see if we can upgrade those hinges for the MLV pad. Or not the MLV pad, the SSTO pad. I thought of something over the weekend that would help me with my hold down points for the SSTO. And then I also wanted to mess with that too. All right, let's try this again. Ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. We have liftoff, positive rate. So this rocket is designed to be put together outside of the VAB. You can reintegrate a second stage to the first stage with this design. PJ, this might be a dumb question. Did you like the Fast and Furious movies? I like the first one. After Tokyo Drift, I don't care. I don't care. In fact, the original Fast and Furious and the Gone in 60 Seconds remake with Nick Cage is kind of the reason why I like cars a lot. I mean, I like cars and trucks since I was but a wee lad. But yeah, that kind of sealed the deal. Has the space shuttle, the Saturn V, ever had problems with hydrogen leaks? Yeah, the space shuttle, pretty much almost every launch. Yeah. I'm flying this with the joystick, yes. Throttling down for max Q. Always. Hydrogen and helium always leak. It's just, you gotta give it a place to leak, and hydrogen, you gotta give it a place to burn off. Helium, not so much. Throttling up. Staging, upper stage ignition. Okay. I don't action group this because they're in symmetry. Boost back. Boost back burn is confirmed. This trajectory is looking way better. Someone's just copy pasting the hosts from Grand Tour in my YouTube chat, by the way. Just thought I'd let you guys know. I've done drone ship landings before, Panta. There we go. I'll leave roll control to the RCS this time. Okay. Less fuel than last time. Yeah, but a way better trajectory. Yarg, if we let this thing sail through the air, you can gain enough drag, or you can slow down enough to get to terminal. If I can get below 300, above 3 kilometers, we should be fine. If not, yeah, we're a pain on the surface. I've done drone ship landings before, guys. They're difficult, but doable. It's just basically you sit here and you hammer out the trajectory before no, but I don't think so. It's probably a different person. Do a slight radial in component because we were lofted. Perfect. 100 by 23, that's really good insertion right there. Hey Joe, what's going on? Yeah, exactly, KSP. Yeah, no, it's out of my control. See, if I select target and then switch to surface mode, this is actually looking pretty good. I don't think we have enough fuel. But, yeah, this is not looking bad. How many seconds of burn do we have? We have 10 seconds. So gonna close. If we go in kind of sideways, just a little tiny bit sideways, I mean, this is something that Falcon 9 wouldn't be able to do because of supersonic retro propulsion, but Super Heavy could do this. You're adding more drag by coming in slightly tangential to your retrograde velocity. Yes, that was a sentence. We're aligned. This might even be too much. I think I aligned us too well. We're just gonna have to time it. Just one more little shake here. All right, that was too late. No, we don't have enough. Screw it. Screw it. Landing leg deploy. There's no way we would have had enough fuel. It's the right idea, though. Damn. That was close. But yeah, I got it back to the landing site. Yeah, my boost back burn was too much that time, believe it or not. I wasted too much fuel on the boost back. But hey, she landed. What's the mass of this thing? 66 tons. Yeah, it would be tough to pick this up with any crane that we have right now. My locking collets here are, in this particular circumstance, for locking the legs in the down position, is locking that alligator hinge. It can stay up with that hinge not locked, but it's really... Once you lock this hinge, there's a auto strut on the end of the leg that activates because you can auto strut through a locked robotic. It activates and basically works like your locking collet to lock the leg in the open position. Don't you have a helicopter lifter? I don't think a helicopter lifter could do 66 tons. To be honest with you. But yeah, see, now I have the guides on the top to put a second stage back on this if I really wanted to. If I could get it back to a landing pad, we could do it. We just need to get up in the inner stage, pop off this, the decoupler. I mean, we could do that in flight too. I never really dialed in the flight trajectory for this thing. Jared, we never got that far. I stopped working on mission mode. I stopped working on mission mode because the SSTO kind of, yeah. I stopped. But this has all the provisions to do it. You could get another hold down going for this if you really wanted to. And then, yeah, we gave the shuttle its own mission mode, exactly. What are those pipes? That's just parts of, that's just some of the structure from the engine sticking out. I know it looks ridiculous, but yeah, that, believe it or not, that was the best way. This took what I learned from the Freedom rocket and applied it to a Condor 9 style rocket, Jared. That's where I was going with it, but I never, once again, we never finished it. But it does work. We just need to dial in the flight trajectory. And obviously with no like KRPC or anything, you got to do it by hand. I mean, well, I do have KRPC and we probably could get this thing to remotely land as long as I have a point of reference. If the thing's getting a reference frame, shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, see, I can hand fly it back 130 meters off the target. I told you, you know, I could get this thing back near the landing site every time. It's not a big deal. I even kind of started doing the safety procedures. Set thrust back to limit, shut down the engine, set thrust back to high limit. And then what I would have needed to do from here is find a way to get this thing to go horizontal. Which, once again, that would have been a little bit difficult to get right. But yeah, there she is. And yeah, if I... You used to be able to do this. I'm not sure you can do it anymore, though. But if I hit 9 again, watch. Or we go into our sequence controller. I don't even know where it is. Where's the cal for this thing? Pretty sure I put it somewhere in the engine bay. There it is. If we take the landing sequencer and we reverse it, it will fold back up, but it's binding up on something. It didn't used to bind like this. I'm not sure what it's binding up on, dudes, to be honest with you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's weird. Hey, Coder, 32-month resub. Thank you. There should be a hinge, a little tiny hinge in here, but it could be maybe the auto strut from the end piece. Oh yeah, that auto strut was acting up. But there you go. I mean, yeah, theoretically you could just reuse it again. The legs won't drift. You could just snap them right back into position by time warping. And then, yeah, if I could lift this damn thing up, I'd be able to show you, like, you'd be able to deploy them again. Like, here, I'll show you. Actually, you know what? We can just... Let's go back in here. Reset the logic here. We're set to forward. All right, so RCS, SAS. Activate the 3 inline engines. Right, and then that's the water tower. You know how bad that's gonna end? Well, the legs aren't going down all the way. All right, we got to get rid of that roll. That roll rate is killing me right now. Whole vehicle's processing. I can't shake that roll. Yeah, the legs aren't really designed to be folded up. It looks like we may have bent some of the things when we went to fold them. Yeah, that's the end of that. Yeet! Look at that. It even breaks apart like Falcon 9. Does that look like 1062 or what? Have you seen Star Trucker? It's been mentioned to me 3 times today now. Paper notes, so yeah, I've heard of it. Look at that. I guess we're doing smart reuse now. You're grounded pending a mishap investigation. Why don't you mishap these engines? Got them. Well, Vulcan smart reuse. Oh, great. That's... Now I gotta pick all this stuff up. Oh, dear. I hate having to do this manually. This is the fastest way to do it. You could do it in the tracking station, but I figure I find that this way actually takes less time. I have max persistent debris set, so unless you pick this thing, unless you pick it up like this, it's not going anywhere. We don't need that on the runway. KRPC MLV hop campaign. Nah. It's faster in the tracking station. Hard disagree. Okay, so that was fun. I want to get back into getting more flight hours or flight time in, but I also had an idea for fixing the SSTO pad. Last time we had the last problem that we had with the it's missing R10B hinge. Huh. All right, fine, whatever. We'll remake it. The last. Yeah, we were having problems in here. Let's overwrite it. So this would be 9.2 or 9.3. Yesterday it was. Overwrite it and let's. Here, I had an idea. My hinge, the clevis piece, this one, is almost the exact same size as an RCS ball. Because it's using a very, very similar collider. So what we could do is make our hold downs instead of out of thermometers, right? We could do this with our poopy doopy little hinges, right? And we can make a much stronger hold down this way. Which I think I want to try, to be honest with you. I think we should. Anything on the runway is cleared when you launch a craft. That debris was not on the runway, Luiso. No, it crashed next to it, dude. Did you not see it blow up? It may have, some of it may have been on the threshold, but no. You should make a specialized part that's just half of this. Yeah, that's just that. And then a slot to go in it. Yep. No, I arrived a few minutes ago. That's all good. Yeah, let's do it. We also got to find a way to get this in a spot where we can reuse the pad. I'm thinking. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. We don't need any of this. Oh, that's how I was doing that. Smart. Smart. We don't need that. Honestly. It's integrated hybrid tech. Yeah. Don't mind me. All right, so let's get these things. Let's attach these things to root. And once again, we know we need 3 sets of them, right? We need 2 of these clevises for the strong back, and they need to be perfectly aligned with the pivot point right there. Right? And then we need another set of them on the outside here for the launch box. And they need to be right there. They need to be 1 click away because of how the gliders are. Is this KSP1? This is KSP1, dude. Yep. Okay, that forward piece is attached to that. All right, cool. So let's take 2 of our upper hinge pieces, right? And then we move them into position here. Actually, you know what? Move the launch box pieces to the outer parts here. There is no other KSP. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. There's only one. You know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm laying down? You smell what I'm cooking? You can smell it. Actually, I'm wondering if maybe we can... Yeah, we can. We can move these hinges in. Because I'd prefer that to be right centered right there. And if that's the case, that means these hinges got to be moved into there. Perfect. All right, cool. That'll make this be a lot stronger with our strut design here to hold this together. Gnocchi. She said gnocchi. Now I'm hungry. And now we need to attach these guys right here. And then these ones are going to be for the strong back. And that should be right there. And then we just got to make sure those gliders don't hit each other. They don't. These hinges, got to clean them up a little bit. I always like to finally place my hinges because once again, the angles of the struts, the angles of these things absolutely matter. That's if a strut is stronger at 45 degrees or 60 degrees or 120 degrees, depending on the load, depending on where load is being transmitted. I'm kind of just putting these along the axis where I would have like a steel gusset for the most part. Like that. Ready? I'm not sure I need the one going to the panel. I don't think I want that. So, it's just... Cool. One can hope KSP2 gets rescued. Yeah, we can hope. It's nice to have hope. But I don't think that's gonna happen. A significant refactor would be putting it lightly, Hillness. Yeah, Boogie Nation. Go. Yeah, these parts are gonna need to be attached here. Call me baby. All right, let's move this down in here like this. It's a great song. There we go. That should hold everything in place. Set that to same vessel. Set that to same vessel. And now the part that I'm trying to fix here is the hold downs. That's where we really had problems. Now, I believe I did this before with two sets of RCS balls here. One of them is attached to the root part of the launch box, and then the other one... What the hell is that attached to?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Wolfpack, 69 month resub. Thanks, dude. Oh, no wonder that. Okay. Okay. I know what happened here. So I have these parts. Some of these are attached directly to the hinge, and other parts are attached directly to the root part of the box, the launch box assembly. That's where I went wrong, because none of them are attached to the actual part that's designed to transmit load down this. So, you know what would be a good idea? Just putting it out there. It would probably be a smart thing to do, making sure that it's, attached to the part that, is going to transmit structure and not the pivoting part. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea, but just we'll chalk that one up to a funny. Call it a day. So get rid of that. And get rid of that. Get rid of that. right? So now we have 4 RCS balls. Just that's the bottom out. That's the bottoming out part. We want to keep that, but we want to keep the housing for it too, because that's what's happening. The thing is sitting just fine, and then it slides out because those thermometers that are being used as a cup is not giving me the collider that I need to hold it. It's actually shearing the thing off to the side. So if we have this piece right here and we attach it to grandparent, we don't necessarily keep it in the mainline structure. Well, we could. I don't like this music. I had a bad experience once. Yeah, this could work, but I would have to reposition where my launch box alignment pins are. Yeah, Alex, all my load bearing parts were attached to the hinge, and I thought that would be good. I remember, I thought it would be good for simplifying the hierarchy. Why would you simplify hierarchy by putting load on a hinge? That's the that's not really how that works. You know what I'm saying? Why would I do that? Why wouldn't I put it on the parts that are designed, like I put all these I-beams into the structure for a reason, to transmit the load down to these parts, carry the load down to the monoprop tanks. Why wouldn't I just, do that? I don't know why I thought this would be a better way to do it. I'm really kind of failing to understand what I was thinking. If I turn that way, that's going to be better. Now we're attached to parts that are in the hierarchical stack. See how it's highlighting the hinges from here? And it's going to transmit the load down to these parts, which is what we want. It happens to all of us. I must have overlooked it, to be honest. Like, that's the only real thing I can think of. I don't think that'll foul on much, but you know what? Let's just go up here and be absolutely sure. That's where that piece is going to end up living. Is that fouling on anything? Nope. What about down here? Nope. Not fouling on the engines or anything, so has Boeing enlisted you to redo their Starline? No. I don't know. If it's making spooky noises, I'm out. Okay. This should be a lot stronger to hold this in place. The thing won't shear off of its mount. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this transmit the stack downward. So struts can also be used to carry load. Obviously, they're going to hold something up, right? So let's make that strut transmit load down to this horizontal piece, because that's where, what's the grip pad attached to? Wait a minute. The frick? The grip pad is attached to the...
Kesä oli kuin kuuma lehmän henkäys. Sitä pois pesemään pyörillä poljettiin.
It's attached to the hinge too. Or no, it's not. It's attached to the root part of the box. Why would I not put this in main line? It has struts attached to it, but those struts are perpendicular to our load. So struts going like down like that strut right there is not going to do much. That's not very strong. No wonder we had slop in the pad. Ugh, why would I do this like this? That doesn't make any sense.
Oli laudassa, lohi käärmeellä sininen pohja. Amerikasta asti taaloilla tilattu. Tenniskentällä kevään ensimmäinen paljas kohta. Yhdessä hypyssä kesä pilattu. Radan varren metsään kaljat piilotettiin. Ja paljain takamuksi junia tervehdittiin. Ennen kaupunkia kympikassi ja malluaski. Joku lukiolainen se parhaankin maniski.
Let me just pull that strut in a little bit. Yeah. Okay. That'll work. Yeah, the grip pads are designed to kind of this thing down here. Yeah, that's why we were getting slop in this design so much, guys, because of that. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, because remember when we tried it before with these parts? I got the thing basically perfectly aligned to it, and then it would always slop a little bit that way. It would lean over too much, but that's because we're getting bending here because, yeah, the way I set up the hierarchy for this is not very good. Actually, you know what? If that's the part that's touching the pad, they're transmitting load, let's go right from that to the grip pad and see if that does it. Yeah, let's do that. But then again, these parts are being used for alignment. They're not necessarily being used for... they're not being used for holding this thing up. That's what those RCS balls are for. This is being used for alignment, not structure. So... Okay, I got an idea. Take the RCS ball. The RCS ball is attached to the hinge. Take that, put it down, and run the strut directly to the holder piece. That should distribute our load correctly. The launch box, the way the launch box is put together makes no sense. Can you make supersonic in this game? You can go into space, of course you can. Would it be better to clean sheet it? I'm not sure, Big Zig. I'm noticing a couple of other things here, like how to put this whole thing together. Like, I must have been really thinking about, like, battling part count here, because, yeah. Sometimes it's not good to have issues with the launch box. Yeah, you want to make sure you have lunch. I mean, without lunch, you're not going to space, obviously. This way should do it. It should work. It's like 970 parts in the original Kraken Tech configuration or Hybrid Tech configuration, and now we're at 910. My hinges definitely shave off a lot, which is good. No, Hokie, where my mind's going, and everybody else too, Hokie, you remind me of this because I won't, thinking a little bit down the road here. So when we go to turn the launch box horizontally, I can get it to lock perfectly parallel to the ground. We already can do that with my alignment pin right there. Easy peasy. My solution to pushing the SSTO to reintegrate it to the launch pad is just lifting it up with air brakes and then having these air brakes just push it into position. That's fine. I could make a better way to do it, but that better way would involve putting this on a cart almost and sliding it backwards on rails, kind of like what I do with the K200. But that would be more parts. But then again, we might have less parts this way. Yeah, you wanted to keep the part count down. Yeah, I got you. Here, you know what we can also do? Not bad. It's a grounding loop, Salader. If you're wondering why Starliner is being weird, it's a grounding loop. Good afternoon. What are we working on? I thought of a way to fix the problems with the SSTO pad other than what we did before. The last time we went to use this, the hinges couldn't hold up the SSTO when it was fully fueled. Or my hold down points, so I'm using the hinges as hold down points this time around to see what happens. You know what? Before we think about aesthetics, let's just see if it works. Right? Like, yeah. Let's make sure the dang thing works correctly. Can we get all the parts? I'm still not sold on this down here, but that's okay. It's the Dorito. That's right. All right, I think we're good. Like I said, this should do it. All right, let's try it. At some point, can you give a brief overview of how your custom part works? Yeah, it's a 3-part hinge. Well, it's 2 parts. I've made 2 parts for KSP. They're designed to work with each other. You do attach them on either side of a G11 hinge. And what these parts basically do is hybrid tech. You know how before Hokey, we would attach RCS balls to one side of the hinge, and we would attach like thermometers to the other side of the hinge. Same vessel interaction thing would work, right? Because of the vessel collision, because the hinges have springy joints. They're springy, right? So how this part is basically designed is, you don't have to do it this way, but you attach a G11 hinge right here, and you attach the G11 hinge to the lower hinge, this part, and then you attach this piece, the upper hinge. You attach this part to the top of the hinge, hit same vessel interaction on both of them, and it'll make a strengthened hinge for you. It's a structural reinforcement. Yep, that's it, man. Hang on. Yeah, baby. All right. Now we got to take the SSTO, undo it from its debug position, and it'll just bounce around. Cool. Just stay right there. All right. Are you gonna make these parts public? Sure. Yeah, probably at some point. Just gotta find a good spot to host them. It works like a passive hinge. Yeah, basically, Hokey, yeah. It's a passive hinge part. If you want it to be powered, you can attach a hinge to it. But in this particular case, the hinge pieces are attached to pieces that the hinge upper plate is attached to. So you could do bottom piece, hinge, top piece, or because I'm retrofitting this pad and I don't want to move the G11 hinges around, they're already locked in position. They won't move. I attached these to the root part of the entire launch pad. The bottom pieces and the top pieces are attached to their respective parts. So the top pieces here are attached to the transporter or the erector, and these top pieces right here are attached to the box. That works pretty dang well. Where we tested the pad the other day. Where we really ran into problems was loading up the SSTO with its hold down points. The hold down points couldn't handle the compression load. The dynamic compression load here of fueling the SSTO. It'll eventually just break. So what I'm going to try to do is use my lower hinges here as actually what we were running into is shearing load, because I had a thermo bearing, right? And the SSTO has quote unquote hold down points, right? That hold inside of the thermo bearing, right? And we were putting a lot of compression load and it was causing a shearing force, right? So it won't cause shearing with this. I'll show you. That's the right here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's specifically what I am testing today. I don't know, maybe. All right, so all right, turn that down a little bit. Now let's Lockout master rotational control. Launch box is enabled. Erector is locked out. Detorque that motor. Detorque that motor. Now go into launch box rotation. Hit 2 to unlock it and play. Now it should slowly rotate the launch box into position here. This is where you activate Fist Warp and cracking this thing into orbit. Oh, jeez. On the 6th, Charles. Yeah, they're gonna do it without people on it, though. We need... Now I'm controlling from that docking port. Per the Aero UI, we need that to basically read 0. Okay, she's locked. Okay, so now what we do is we go over here, set our alignment to 70, and then we push this thing backwards a little bit. Push it backwards just on its landing gear. Those 2 air brakes at the front are for alignment here. Now we use our risers. Ready? And it basically slides right into place. Okay, it's docked to the launch box. So now Undeploy that, undeploy that. Now let's make sure we're attached to the erector. We have a good dock. Now we lock that piece out. And we have same vessel interaction right there. Heh, erector. Nice. Now retracting the gear should do nothing. Good. All right, now unlock this. We didn't enable same vessel interaction on the SSTO hold downs. This is fine. I'm sure this is good for it. I probably would scrub this if this was mission mode, but let's have a little fun here. Enable the master rotation and play. Yeah. It's because the ball isn't in the socket. Charles, see it? We'll see how that fares when we go to move this. We didn't get the thing on the trailer hitch. What are you working on today? I think I found a way to make my SSDO hold downs work. There's no freaking way this is gonna work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Enabling same vessel interaction on this late made it so sometimes if parts are clipping into each other and you enable SVI, it doesn't detect the collision. Not sometimes, pretty much every time. So I'm gonna go ahead and guess when this thing gets vertical and I undo the erector, it's just gonna tip over and crash. Did someone drop you a gift sub? I don't know, are we there yet? Yeah, I'm not undoing that. Let's bring this down. Yeah, this didn't work right. No, the second I undo the erector, it's gonna fall over. That's not a guess. Yeah, it's gonna break. We gotta turn it. We have to bring it back down. You know what? It's gonna be quicker just starting over. Sorry, guys. I missed a step. That's okay. Basically, the one step that I did is hitting activate on same vessel collision on all parts while the SSTO is connected. That's what I missed. Are you doing the entire thing by memory? Yeah. I designed it. All it takes is one or two practice attempts, and then it should be good. So if we hit one right now, done. That's the only step that I missed. Okay. Let's deploy the gear on the SSTO. We set our alignment brakes to 55, deploy that. Set these to 70, deploy, all the gears down. Okay, undo the SSTO from its debug position. And now these air brakes should move it forward, and it'll just lock into position. Stop right there. Okay. Try this again. It's a quote from Tommy Boy Charles. Okay. Unpower the launch box hinge. Unpower my pivoting hinges down here. Disable the master rotational control. Disable erector rotational control. We have launch box rotational control into the forward position. We gotta hit 2 to hit the unlocking pins. Pins are unlocked. And now this thing should move into the horizontal position again. Is there a list of mods EJ uses? It's KSP1 mods, Tommy, I believe. The command in chat, let me check. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, not a problem. Seeing what happened to goalies' wheels and yours, I do believe they were over tightened. Goalies' wheels? What are you talking about? What happened to goalies' wheels? Hey Ish, what's up, dude? Feeling some serious deja vu. This is a very, very upgraded version. Hybrid Tech lower hinges. Make sure we have SVI set on those. EJ is cheating. Okay. Your movie quotes, sorry, not goalie, Minion. Minion? Minion? What happened to Minion? Everything okay? Did I miss something here, dudes? Wait, no, that's my tire, Illness. I'm so confused. I have no freaking clue what you guys are talking about. That's my crappy rim. Goalie posted this. That even possible? Yark, that had to have fallen out of a trailer. There's no way the transmission liberated itself completely from the car without the drive shaft having anything to say about it, dude. I'm sorry. Also, that transmission was empty. If it was full, it would have puked blood everywhere. And I say blood because ATF, that's a turbo. Actually, that could be a 4L80 or a 4L60. It's a GM transmission. That, if it was full, it would have looked like a water balloon, a bloody water balloon hitting the ground. There would be fluid everywhere. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that that fell out of a trailer. But what do I know? I don't know, man. Who knows? Okay, let's go for SSTO alignment here. Okay, the SSTO is aligned and the pins are in position. Heck yeah, man. All right, close that out. All right, now the forward erector point. We are docked. Take that, lock it out. And now that should hold everything in place. We should be able to bring the gear up. When I build using panels and wings like that, SSTO, my planes always wobble and the Kraken eats them up. What's the trick here? Struts. You have to strut the panels together. Not panel to panel, but you have to strut the sub-assemblies of panels together. See how I have there's a strut right there that's holding the panels to the tanks? Stuff like that, dude. Gotta understand the hierarchy, man. Okay. We should be able to unlock that. That shouldn't move. Nothing should move. Okay. Erector rotational control. Click that on. Launch box rotation on. Master rotation on. We should unpower this hinge. And then click it. All right, we are go for rotation. I'm gonna change my control point to the front of the SSTO. Control from here. Giving you some strong Thunderbirds vibes. Cool. I'll take that. Guys, this is based off of a real launch pad. It's just a real launch pad that was, well, never used. If I want to talk about it, I'll get annoyed. But I'll show you the launch pad, sure. It's based off of that launch pad right there. See? And the vehicle is based off of that vehicle. There's pictures of the actual launch pad. And the launch site. And the vehicles. And oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. There's them working on the flame trench for it. And then there's the pad actually being tested with a load simulator. See? It's based off of that. It's a mechanical copy in KSP. They didn't know they actually built the pad. Hang on. That's not all they built.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
$95. Buh. I am that guy. Yeah, look at that big old Dorito.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tier 2 31-month resub. Thank you. We don't know what happened to it, Jim, to be honest with you. She's sagging badly in those hinges. Why the hell is... You gotta enable the action groups first, idiot. This is not gonna end well, but I'll do it anyway. I can't believe it popped it back into position. It seems to be working. Seems to be working well. All right, well, the real test here is to see if we can handle fueling. So let's take the erector, retract it. Okay, lock out master rotational control sequence. Launch box rotation, lock that out. We don't want that going anywhere.
Discovery,
Switch the erector to the reverse position, play the controller. Now this thing should settle back down. Yeah, it's not. Wait till the erector's all the way down and then we'll start fueling operations. Hinges are holding up real good, actually. Yeah, very nice. Wait till the erector goes all the way down. Locking this out would be ideally what we want, but it doesn't really seem to want to do it. Whatever. Probably have better luck if this is clamped inside of a hinge, but it pretty much is, so. Okay. Fueling is gonna take a second. I gotta pick out all the right tanks. FL A151L, A215 right below that, A151L right there, A215, put that right there. Mark II to 125 adapter, that's good. We need two X200-16s. Another set of -200 X200-16s. And then we need one more set over here. And now we need a set of X32s. And then another set of X32s. That's the back fuselage. That's good. X32 right there. And now we're good. Okay, we have all fuel tanks online here. Now we got to open our fill and drain. Open the valves. Enable cross feed. Enable cross feed. Pick out one of the big boy tanks in the fuel farm. And okay. Lines are thermally conditioned with the cross feed valves open. Start fueling. Keep an eye on this rate over here. If that starts moving around from 89.6 to 89.5, 4, and 3, then we got a big problem. This is where we're really starting to test, because what happened before was my hold down points weren't working very well. They couldn't handle the load of all the fuel. It's already starting to move. That's a bad sign. Okay. Why are we 0.4 off? Slop in the control points. Or slop in the pivot points, Alex, my hold down points. It's just slop. Slop in its design. Because I didn't custom model it. Yeah, that's not good. Remember the grip pad? The grip pad thing? That. Mike? Summer. It's holding. That's gonna pop. That's gonna pop out. So this is the one that's attached to the SSTO. That's attached to the pad. See it bending? It's bending out of position. It's gonna fall over. It's absolutely gonna fall. We need better hold downs than this. Yeah, this... It's not gonna work. Defuel it. No good. What are you gonna do? Yeah, we could change that, Alex. Change it from a spherical thing taking the load. That's, yeah, I mean, I had it because it was a thermo bearing before, and we know that's what worked. We don't necessarily need the load bearing point to be a RCS ball. It could be a spectrometer, which is nice and flat, which is probably what I should have done in the first place, but hey, what do you want? Hey, FaZe. That might do it. That's still gonna make it move around inside of this a lot, but it might work. I'm just worried what's going to happen to these things. So now those RCS balls were attached to the hinge. They're not attached to the hinge anymore. They're right in the main line here, which is that part attached to that part, attached to that part, which is attached to that part. And that should be moving load down, yeah, towards the grip pads. I don't know why I chose to use the grip pads down here. Maybe because that's where I wanted friction to be. We'll see. Also, one more thing. Could the debug position of the SSTO be atop the hold down's already vertical for time gains? Maybe. See, Alex, the problem is that we're dynamically loading this thing up. If we put this thing right on there, it's just gonna, when we put a vessel out in KSP, it's just gonna drop it. Where you shock compression load this thing. So, I mean, every test would be a good test, right? But it's
Discovery, go at throttle up.
not necessarily going to be what we want. Hey, Alleviate, 55 months resub. So, following the process, I find gets you much better test results, right? Like, yeah, that seems to work pretty well. Seems to be working well. Also, I don't know why there's fuel in that thing, but seems to be growing well. All right, well, let's see what this does. You got your generator sorted out? Did you get the transfer switch and everything, Alleviate? So, Alex, the problem that I'm really dealing with now is that the RCS ball is not as big. It's too small for this piece, if I'm looking at it right. My hinge... Actually, you know, it's not bad. Nah, well... It's not... Yeah, not good. It costs a fortune, but got it done right. It's off the floor, too. Good, 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 good. Yeah. I mean, this thing will still skitch around on the pad, but yeah, the docking port should hold these things relatively true. The tolerances here are not great. I'm gonna try to tighten those up in KSP as best as I can. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Alex. Alright, a little bit tired. Might need a cup of coffee in a second. Hey, Brandon, what's going on?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Stegen. 39-month resub. All right, let's do this again. I really tightened up all the tolerances on this thing. Really hope it works. Once again, I'm using parts that were really never designed for this as this, but then again, that's been my MO in Kerbal for like 10 years. Sorry guys, I'm scratching my foot or my leg because over the weekend I just on a quick side note, I found some delightful news. The delightful news is that there's a bee's nest on the side of my house. You want to know how I figured that one out? I'm sure you can guess. Yeah, some bees just decided to make a nest at my front door. You know, as one does. Yeah, I got stung on my hand. See right here? Like this whole area right there, I got stung right there. Right on the meat, like the soft spot. Right there, and then I got stung 2 times in the leg. So, you know, I was just trying to go into my house, and the bees decided that me entering my house was not okay. You're not allergic? No. If I was allergic, I probably wouldn't be here right now. Not the bees! Not the bees! Ah, it's stinging my face! They're not wasps, Aqualux. That's in my shed. Actually, no, these are, hornets are in my shed, by the way. Not murder hornets, just regular hornets. Well, I don't really know what species. Here. One of these guys. It was that. It was just a bee. That. I know because I was going to put my hand on the doorknob and I saw the bee. I felt him land and then I flipped my hand over and he stung me and then I squashed him. And then I curb stomped him because he was annoying me. You know, as one does. It's close to my front door, Rem. I found it. Yeah, yeah, I found it. And I saw it. Yeah, so had to deal with that over the weekend. Yeah, they clearly were not cool with me entering my front door. So, you know, there's that. So yeah, if you see me doing this the entire stream, it's because I'm itching. I got the stingers out. Don't worry. I got the stingers out. Just swollen. That wouldn't be very fun at all. I'm sure you stung his pride with that curb stomp, though. Did you call an apiatrist?
Oh, this is space.
Poison!
I'm in space.
Thank you for paying the fun tax. No, I didn't. I called Dr. Brake Cleaner. Yeah, I called Dr. Brake Clean. Don't worry, Dr. Brake Cleaner took care of everything. Don't worry. Really, Rix? Never heard of that one. They could have lived their lives out in a safe box away. Yeah, they could have. They chose poorly.
Koulussa mua kiusattiin. Ei uskoneet lestat elviksiin. Opet puuttuneet ei. Meillä menee Jeesus all the way. Kato, mulla on tää rock'n'roll.
I don't mess with bees. No, I don't care. There's bees nest all around my backyard. Not in my house. Sorry. That's just not, that's not gonna work. Not gonna work, homies.
Mä lähdin sivariin. En kelvannut enää mä harmaisiin. Huusin muodosta hei! Rock'n'roll is here to stay. Sivarista ammattiin. No eihän sitä päässyt kummoon.
You stand corrected, but you're sitting down right now, so you don't stand corrected. You sit corrected. Sit down, fool. Truck tire. Sorry. Oh, you're a pun guy now? No, not at all. He's the funny guy. I'm the funny man. I'm Rocco. I'm the funny guy. Tell me a funny joke. I'm having a terrible day. I am depressed. Tell me a funny joke. Tell me another one. What? I love a Coke. EJ, Jeb, and Val walking on the beach, okay? And you know, they see where me, Jeb, and Val are walking on the Kerbal Beach over there, okay? See the beach? We find a lamp, you know, rub the lamp, genie pops out, right? And he goes, I'll give you 3 wishes. So me, Jeb, and Val are like, ah, right? And I was like, okay, you guys go first, right? 1 wish per person. So Jeb goes, I wish that every Kerbal had an escape system and everyone that goes to launch survives. And Genie goes, okay, every Kerbal has parachutes now, okay? And then he goes to Val, and Val goes, I wish that the Kraken would stop eating all of my spaceships and every Kerbal would survive in, you know, there's no Kraken. So Genie goes, all right, cool. No more Kraken, you know, so there's no more Kraken. And then he comes to me and he goes, what's your wish? And I go, you mean to tell me that every Kerbal has an escape system and there's no more Kraken? And Genie goes, yeah. And I go, oh. I'll have a Coke then. I'll have a Coke. 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 Looks like Starhopper is being prepared to be moved. Yep.
jäämät tuliaisinaan. Aika liian matala, ei tullut risti aukistaan. Isä näytti omansa. Äiti ei aina jaksa.
Yeah, Hoki, most likely.
Joskus on hiljaa viikkoja.
All right, let's try this again. Move these back to 70.
Lääkärit ne puhuu vaan. Se tekee sitä tahallaan. Täti saattoi sen sairaalaan. Ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan, ne kiinni jää tähän maahan routaiseen.
Killer. Killer. Drop the check tomorrow.
Itse pääni lyön kiven harmaaseen. Ja vaikkei yllää pohjaan.
Okay. Moment of truth.
Ne kiinni jää tähän maahan routaiseen. Eikä kukaan toinen mua ohjaa. Itse pääni lyö kiven harmaaseen.
This is fine.
Ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan, ne kiinni jää tähän maahan routaiseen. Eikä kukaan toinen mua ohjaa.
Not the most ideal.
Kesä oli kuin kuuma lehmän henkäys. Sitä pois pesemään pyörillä poljettiin. Ranta liian pieni ja siinäkin mutta pohja. Vain tehtaan hajua me yhdessä kirottiin. Ja Nuokkarimäessä oli häviäjä viimeinen ylhäällä. Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain.
Now the docking port clipped through that panel. I don't want to undo it, but I mean, it should be okay. There we go.
Lohi käärmeellä sininen pohja. Amerikasta asti taloilla tilattu. Tenniskentällä kevään ensimmäinen paljas kohta. Yhdessä hypyssä kesä pilattu.
There we go. Control from here. That'll get us the right control point, and we'll see if she gets put straight up.
Ja paljain takamuksi junia tervehdittiin. Ennen kaupunkia kympikassi ja malluaski. Joku lukiolainen se parhaankin maniski.
Honky Maniski.
Ei saa menettää peliä, pitää muistaa tytölle hymyillä. Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. niistä ammentaan, niistä ammentaan.
Right. Moment of truth.
Se on helppoa, jos on mukana kaveri. Metsän läpi juosten oksat piiskas naamaa. Mutta enemmän sattuti olla pelkuri. Ja kun vähän kasvettiin, kaikki takaisin korkoinen maksettiin. Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. Niistä ammentaa, niistä ammentaa.
Annetaan mennä.
Kellonkin sammuttaa saa, kun ei enää tarvi lähteä rekkaa ajamaan. Vainoin
That song sucks. I gotta get my the transporter, the T to move better with the launch box. I'm just not really sure how to. Yeah, quadratic kinematic motion. Brain.
Synnynkö uudelleen? Joskus eikä saan tietää sen. Ylös vielä liitellen, lailla kotkan uljaan sen. Tähti taivassa odottaa, ja tänne vielä maata tallaamaan. En tahdo vielä luovuttaa, köyttä kaulan ripustaa. Mitä sitä piippua tunkemaan suun? Käännetään kaukoputki kaunisen kuun ja ihaillaan, kun vielä eletään. Kun karhun poikainen köllöttelen, näillä mättäillä ihmettelen. Maailma kylmä ja tahditon, kuinka sen mä kestää voin.
Alright.
Mä kirjoitan, nostan silmilläni suuntaan sen. Haluan hetken katsoa elämää, vielä vähän lähempää.
Enable crossfeed. Fueling valves are open again.
Piippua tunkemaan suuhun, käännetään kaukoputki kaunisen kuuhun ja ihaillaan, kun vielä eletään. Mitä sitä piippua tunkemaan suuhun, käännetään kaukoputki kaunisen kuuhun ja ihaillaan, kun vielä eletään.
All right, go for hamsters. I mean fueling. Got that keeping.
Sata kipinä. Sata kipinä. Sata kipinä. Sata kipinä. Amorin nollessa ammuit mun peffaa. Seksiä tikku. Saavat mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoisen.
Okay, start fueling.
Tervas kantona tuhkas
See what it does.
kuin satakipinä. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua.
89.5 is where we started fueling. Let's see if she starts moving. The reason why this can't be like this is because, well, if it goes below 89, you got a big problem. The big problem that you have is, well, your rocket needs to be pointed straight up if you want it to take off vertically. If it's not pointed straight up, with your center of mass pointing directly through, or your center of thrust pointing directly through your center of mass at a perfectly parallel axis to the force of gravity, well, guess what? It's not going up. It's going to go to the side. So that's why it really can't sag too much.
Saavat mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoisen. Sallikin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkas palaa. Kuin satakipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Saavat mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoisen. Sallikin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkas palaa. Kuin satakipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Satakipinää. 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 Satakipinää.
Täällä Seppo Kävyn tähkä. Luonto...
No niin, tytöt. Muistan vielä kun tavattiin. Oli kesä mitä ihanin. Me nurmella kierittiin. Auliamme pusaltiin.
Okay, I'm alive. Yeah. I mean, Alex, what's going on here is that the tolerances on my hinges, they're much tighter. And the whole pad was kind of designed to move around a little bit before. It was the whole animation of the pad is designed to take into account the slop in the hinges. So when this thing sat down, it would have been pointed straight up. But now that my hinges on this side are the tolerance is way tighter. When you go to fuel, instead of slopping the pad down this way, it starts to move that way because the hinges are strong. Not a bad problem to have. I just thought of a way to fix it. So down at the bottom here, I have an RCS ball that holds this thing in position. And then the grip pad is pushing down on this fuselage. if I put a set of my hinges down here and then had no same vessel interaction when we're rotating, and then when the pad's settled, click same vessel interaction, so you start putting compression load on the hinges on a perpendicular axis to the rotation of the hinge. The hinge should be able to take the load and it shouldn't deform. Basically use them as locking pins. That would work. Let's keep going through ops here. See what happens. That will never work, prove you wrong. Sometimes chat's talking and this is all I hear, this song. Will be. You still at it? Yeah, of course, Pat. Yeah, I'm here.
Tämä ääni ei suinkaan tullut ruokakellosta, vaan nyt alkaa Marko Kahjon tarina tuoki.
It's Finnish, Despo, yeah. It's from the My Summer Car soundtrack, dudes. Oh. We see it, Pigeon. Don't you worry. I gotta fully load this up and I gotta see where we're getting deformation, okay? I'll explain in a second. So obviously we're getting deformation at the nose. So the control point that I'm getting this information from is up in the nose of the vehicle. Obviously that's Well, we know that the whole thing is bending, but what is bending? Is the box bending, or is the ship bending, or are they both bending? So if this is the box and this is the ship, right? We take these things, we put them upright, okay? Are they both crooked like this, or are we getting that happening or that happening, right? Are they both moving together? Are they bending together, or is the ship bending? This looks like the ship is bending. The reason why it looks like the ship is bending is because of that. Those docking ports are docked to each other. And as you can see, no, it does not. Yeah, nope, that's shearing those docking ports, meaning the ship is moving, but the box isn't, from what I can tell from this. Which is very interesting. I'm really wondering why it's doing that, but almost done with fueling either way. We're only going to get that information when we fully fuel, when the thing is fully fueled. You could add bending scales. Taking references from different docking ports, Yannick, it tells me that exact same information to the decimal point, which is way simpler. But yeah, we could. Okay, we're fully fueled. All right, so 87.5 is where we're at. What about here? What's that point? 88. Yeah. The ship is deforming and it's taking the box with it, but they're not straight attached to each other. That is an issue. So they're like, this is the box, this is the SSTO. When they're moving, they're perfect. But when we started fueling, it started doing this. It's starting to bend that way, and it's trying to take the box with it. Hinges are holding really well, for what it's worth. No bending, no moving around. I didn't intend for those scales to match the ship position, reflecting on different parts of the erector. You misunderstood what I said, Yannick. I can figure out the angle of deflection by comparing different control positions here. Yeah, that does exactly what you're talking about, but I don't need to go and make a piece of equipment. Try it. Let's do it. Why not? My hold down points are holding. They're just bending. That's all. They're holding just fine. It's just the whole... I see what's wrong. Our hold down points are fine. It's the docking port. The docking port right there is designed to take into account slop. Because this is so much straighter, the slop that it's taking into account is not... It's... Yeah, we'd have to reshim that docking port. Because the hold down points are working great, actually. But something is clearly pushing it to one side. The docking ports, my hold down points right here, are perfectly equidistant from the center of mass on the long axis of the vehicle. So the center of mass is somewhere up here, right? And if the center of mass is right here, they're equidistant, right? So that means this docking port is holding it up. It's not designed to take into account the flex, interestingly enough. Now, all right, I'm gonna do a no-no. Ready? I thought that getting rid of the struts would fix that, but... Prepare for spaghetti. The docking ports, guys, the docking port is attached to the hinge. Yeah, just like everything else in this design. I was trying to simplify the hierarchy. That docking port's attached directly to the hinge. I noticed because when we set, look what happens. When you try to set a root part, it only goes up. The auto strut only runs up. It doesn't run down, which means that none of the launch box is connected to this. The struts were the only thing connecting it, which is no good. So my launch box is not carrying load how it should. That's the truth. we could engine chill and we could launch. Let's get it into space and then we'll assess the pad later. That's the Hold on. I also hate the nose of the SSTO. I hate it. It looks ridiculous. I'm going to redo that if we keep messing with this. Yeah, I think so, Alex. Yeah, so if you look at the hierarchy of that hinge, right? All right, so you have your pivot point right here, and then your launch box is right here. The docking port is right here. Load, so obviously the docking port is your primary hold, right? So you have another docking port. You have another docking port right here, and then you have the bottom of the SSTO, right? There's your little winglings, right? And then you have your rocket engine right here. Then we have our hold downs. Our hold downs are transmitting some of the load, but the primary load path for this, right, is through the mainline hierarchy. So load is being transmitted like this. See that right there? And that right there? These angles? Yeah, we're wondering why the whole thing is bending that way. Whoops. That's why I noticed that docking port is attached directly to my main pivot hinge. It should not be. It should be that docking port should be attached to the box. If it was attached to the box, the load would be transmitted this way. Now why? Why would it do that? Well, because if it's attached to the box is the part that's actually touching the ground. It's actually touching the bottom here. And hopefully you load this up enough to the root part right here, so it doesn't bend the hinge any more forward. Oh boy, what was I thinking when I redid this? I'm almost about to redesign the damn box. It's mod only, fellas. Whatever. Let's chill down the motors. Engine chill has begun. What we're gonna do now, close our fill and drain valves. Fill and drain valves are closed. Okay. Shouldn't have done that, but all right. That was very bad for it, but it's okay. Open up the valves. No. Whatever. Yeah, we'd have to go fuel again, but that's okay. Yeah, it's just a static fire. It's fine. You see how it was bouncing around, though? When I did go to fire it, it was bouncing around on the docking port because the hold down points aren't primarily carrying your structural load right now. That is a problem. I also hate the front of this nose. It's like pushed up. It looks like a pig. Whatever. Let's send it. This is what you shouldn't be doing, but... T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, go for engine ignition. 2, 1... Did not default to the right control point here. And And because it didn't default to the right control point, I'm gonna have a real hell of a time trying to control this thing. Yep. Remember that Proton rocket with the IMU installed upside down? That. That's what happens. Yeah, that it didn't default to the right control position. Fine. Not ideal. Not gonna lie to you. Not too happy about that one, but hey, whatever. And also, we didn't do thrust vector control checkout. Yeah, you gotta turn the engine gimbals on to get it to go up. So shimming the docking port. All right, let's go in here. Now, let's look at our debug. The SSTO is in the right position. I want to redo that thing. I hate the nose cone so much on that thing. Checklist, gimbal unlock. All right, so I have my debug controller. Take a look. Yeah, the docking port is not connected to the master launch box. That's probably an issue. I'm just gonna say that that's probably not something we want. I want that thing to bend. So I don't want to disable. I want it disable. And then I want it strutted right to that. So it bends with the launch box. Yeah, that's a good way to do that. You say you designed the pad badly before, but at the time of less rigid hinges with routing the to the hinge have been a necessity. What do you mean, Alex? Oh, let me show you the other idea I had. You actually reminded me. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of the grip pads. And get rid of the struts to hold said grip pads. Coffee Stain says 1.0, 10 a.m. 1 week from today. Cool. That's what I'm talking about, Alex. Use it as a locking mechanism to hold this thing in. See what I'm talking? See what I'm talking about, man? Do you see what I'm saying, pussycat? Or Chad, is there a way to add the new part to our game yet? Oh no, not yet, Jax. I have to finish the textures. BJ would release it. Oh come on! Don't you put that evil on me. So we're going to transmit the load like this. I'm going to move this at 45 degrees, and then we're going to bring it absolute down like this. And this, the way I have this made, should just still line up with the pivot. Cool. Good. Why not 90? They don't jive with each other too well sometimes. When the hinges are at 90, they don't. Sometimes same vessel collision kind of gets you. You know what I'm saying? Have you seen the latest deep dive by CSI? No, I haven't watched Zach's video yet. What do we got in the dodo? Anything cool? Okay. All right. Let's see. Great analysis as usual. The renders and visuals showing ice inside Super Heavy are fantastic. Would be cool if you watched it on stream. It's not quite long though. I wouldn't watch Zach's videos on stream without his permission, dude. Probably clean sheet, Anta. Okay. See what happens. Actually, now that I'm really looking at it, the wider the stance is on this locked piece is the better. Honestly, I'm gonna put some pieces in here just to make it look a little bit more aesthetic. Like this is a gusseted piece because it looks really stupid floating off in space like that. See, this makes the load kind of like this instead of straight up. It kind of, it's pyramidal, I guess. If is that a word? Whatever. Looks like a pyramid. All right, sweet. Trapezoidal. Yeah. Pyramidal is the word? All right, sweet. Trapezoidal pyramidal roller skates. Of all things, shouldn't an IMU notice at startup if it is installed the wrong way around? Well, it didn't. An IMU The thing that tells the computer which direction the rocket is pointing at, not noticing that it's pointing in the wrong direction. How's the computer supposed to know? Yannick. The IMU is where the computer deciphers direction from on a rocket. You know, so it's, yeah, not gonna do good. Launching from the ceiling should fail a plausibility check. On a 60-year-old Russian rocket? Sure. Sure. Ah, yes, the plausibility checks, of course. Did you get it to work? We'll see. I should have kept the grip pads there. I mean, Yannick, the real question I'd ask you, they should have a plausibility check. My question back to you is, why would you have a plausibility check on a rocket where one of the things that you're taking into account that could go wrong is your IMU being upside down? I'm pretty sure when the code was written for that, the people that wrote the governing control systems for Proton at the time probably didn't take into account some idiot hitting an IMU in with a hammer upside down. Yeah, the control systems on it tries to take into account, you know, the IMU not being hammered in upside down. Why would you write in a bit of software to be okay to like be okay with upside down IMU and being able to detect that? You know what I mean? Why would you do that? You'd only do that if an upside down IMU is a plausible outcome from your rocket launch. I'm pretty sure you don't want that. And I don't think it should ever be taken into account. Right? You're making a classic blunder for something that's going to be more safe, actually complicating the project. Oh, crap. Now, why did this go and happen? That's weird. Why did this happen this time? Crap, we fell in one of the cracks. Come on, fluff it back into position. There we go. Standard operating procedure. We gotta realign. Or get out the jet truck. Yeah, it's not happening. Gotta be careful. The landing, there's a little crack right here. There's a seam between the fuel tanks right there, and the landing gears can get caught in them. And if it does, you got a big problem. Watch, it's gonna bloop. See? Caught in the track. Screw this. No, that... Hey, Marquitos, what's up? What happened with the crane? Oh, I just did a different project today, Marquitos. We can go back to working on the crane if you want. Yeah, Joe, welding the launch box. I'm at this point. I'm just retrofitting things to a box. We really gotta redo the box. That's the real problem here. Rocket Lab's naming game is still on point. And he has killed the radiot stuck. Quell Horse, who are you talking to? I'm talking to is embedded in the message. Okay, just making sure. I've been reading the conversation you've been talking to, and you've been talking, and I'm not sure I'm following. Is that even topical to what I'm doing? Like, I think it's a welder quality assurance joke. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm... You were working with 3D simulation software, so I think it's relevant. No? Well, it's all good, man. Okay, without everything you'd have to do. Well, what's 2 plus 2? Just humor me, please. This isn't a trick question. Is that your answer? Okay. Yum food was great. No. I wasn't. I'm usually reading chat, but I can read a lot faster than I can respond. My thing is that sometimes I get people talking in chat and I'm just not able to follow the conversation, and it's really, really difficult. It's really difficult to keep track when I'm trying to focus on something that requires a little bit of precision and also keep track of what you guys are talking about. Simultaneously, there are people in chat who just see, and I don't know why, like, this happens. It could be AI, it could be nothing. But there seems to be a certain type of viewer that comes into my chat and just, I don't know if they have like voice activation on or like text to speech or speech to text on or whatever, but they just spout random nonsensical irritants, and it makes it really hard to explain things for me. And yeah, that dude, it drives me up the wall because I'm trying to make an effort. I'm trying to make an effort to explain what I'm doing and keep it going with chat, but like convey what I'm doing correctly. And that requires me to keep track of chat. And when chat is saying random stuff like let me see over in the YouTube chat, let me repeat a message that's overwhelming casino rocket happiest. And did MMF also have peachy cute concepts? It's very frustrating and it pisses me off, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, and I keep asking people to stop and it doesn't stop. So, you know, it's gotta be bots. Yeah. No, it happens in Twitch chat too, Wolfie. Or it could be somebody who's drunk, yeah. But it's possible. Every day, though, I think that person might have a problem, dude. But, yeah. It makes it really difficult. It's tough to keep track of what I'm doing and explain it and then keep track of that as well. We could just shut the music off for a little while. Yeah, Ray, it's frustrating. Yeah, but hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, man? Like, all I can do is just call it out when I see it and just ban it when I know it's happening, you know? Like, I don't mind it if it happens in one chat a lot, but it's happening in both chats right now, and I'm just like, please stop. It's Tuesday after a long weekend. Please stop. How was your long weekend? It was all right. Yeah, it wasn't bad. They all need to face the wall, that's right. Yeah. When that happens, guys, it just makes me not want to stream. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it just makes me not want to do this. It's so freaking difficult to keep up. It happens all the time, too. It's especially bad in YouTube chat. Like, how is that shuttle going to pass the Van Allen radiation belt? Which shuttle? Well, what are you talking about? Well, the mini one was supposed to make it so the big one would work, Erudite, but yeah, seem to be having problems with that. The one on screen a minute ago, it's not supposed to. It's a low Kerbin orbit access vehicle. And there's no radiation belts in KSP anyway, so. No, we got space news in about 50 minutes, Jacobs. I think I'll just shut KSP for a little bit, and then... Yeah. I'll put on a video about orbital mechanics. I'll go take a second, and when I get back, we'll start up space news. Let me just jump out, and we'll go to science and technology. And we'll switch to UJ's.